Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This four-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Driarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library Building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The Multimedia Laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno. Historically, this tree was planted by the first president of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the fourth floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, white screen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days are most well known as EWD. It's one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units, which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Yogyakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya?
English education production, or most well known as EE-Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE-Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is the student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation, International Language Teaching Conference, and Undergraduate Conference.
Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi dengan fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang membuat generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
Bayu itu yang oh. Nggak salah kan? Apa sih itu ya? Yang daftar kemarin kalau nggak salah 28 nggak? Berapa sih yang daftar tuh? Lebih ya, nggak mungkin ya. Nggak tahu deh.
Aku di room berapa ya?
Nah,
Jam 1 aku tuh. Jadi jam 8 sampai jam 10 itu pembicara utama. Jam 10 sampai jam 12 para apa
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th Undergraduate Conference 2021 with the theme Language and Language Learning During Pandemic, Challenges and Opportunities. My name is Dandy and I am going to be your master of ceremony for this conference. This annual conference is organized by the English Language Education Study Program, Sanata Dharma University. This conference is usually held at Sanata Dharma venue, but due to the pandemic situation, we decided to hold this year's conference virtually. We feel that despite the unfortunate condition, we should not stop contributing to our society. This conference is accessible at 2 platforms at PBI USD or Humas USD YouTube channels and Zoom meeting. First thing on the list, I would like to greet our honorable guests, the keynote speakers. The first one is Professor Ida Fatimawati binti Adi Badio Zaman from Swinburne University, Sarawak, Malaysia. Good morning, Professor Ida.
Morning, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It's such a pleasure for us. And then the second keynote speakers is Ms. Christina Laksmita Anandari, EDM, from Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Good morning, Ms. Mita. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. And I would also like to greet our respected guests, Ms. Henny Herawati, SPD MHum PhD, the chairperson of English Language Education Study Program, Sanata Dharma University. Good morning, Ms. Henny.
Good morning.
Yeah, and then Ms. Veronica Triprihatmini, SPD MHum MA, the vice chairperson of English Language Education Study Program, Sanata Dharma University. Good morning, Ms. Tri. Thank you so much for having us, for coming here. And then to Ms. Johanna Veneranda, SPD MHum MA, PhD, the supervisor of Undergraduate Conference 2021. Good morning, Ms. Fanny. Okay. And I would also like to welcome our moderators for the keynote speech sessions, Ms. Sukarsari Gilang Shafira and Ms. Lautan Elsadani. And last but not least, I would like to welcome our respected presenters and participants. We have 76 presenters in the parallel sessions from 56 abstracts, coming from 13 local and 1 overseas institution from Philippines. On behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome you to Yogyakarta, Indonesia, to Sanata Dharma University. Before we begin the conference, let us ask for God's grace and blessing so that our today's conference will be run smoothly. The prayer will be done in Buddhist way. Let us have a moment of silence to pay to our mindfulness. It's such a good virtue all of us are able to gather here with healthy and peaceful condition. And for being aware of that, we are content and happy. It's the greatest blessing to be able to gather with the wise and to discuss the truth in the right time and the right place. And for being aware of that, we feel content and happy. We are coming here with a goodwill to prepare ourselves to serve to be perfect and be perfect just to serve. For our compassion and loving kindness to all sentient beings from highest plane of existence to the lowest plane of existence. And for being aware of that, we feel content and happy. May the process and result of today's meeting brings us wisdom and brings peace for every being, seen or unseen. May our happiness resonate towards all directions without hatred and without boundaries. Risata Bantu Sukitata, may all beings be happy, free from physical and mental suffering. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us rise and sing Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the chairperson of the 8th Undergraduate Conference 2021 to give her welcoming speech to Ms. Ana Patricia. The time is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the honorable keynote speakers, presenters, and participants in different time zones. First of all, on behalf of the 2021 Undergraduate Conference committees, I would like to express my profound appreciation to Sanata Dharma University, who has given us the best support that this conference can run smoothly. I also would like to share my gratitude to the English Language Education Study Program of Sanata Dharma University, which has made this event possible. Our sincere appreciation also goes to Professor Ida Fatimawati binti Adi Badio Zaman from Swinburne University and Miss Christina Laksmita Anandari EDM from Sanata Dharma University as the keynote speakers. Allow me to also express my sincere gratitude to all the presenters for having the bravery to take the opportunity to write abstract as well as papers and share new insights and knowledge in this conference. I also would like to thank all the committees who have organized this wonderful event. It is especially a great moment for me to welcome all of you to the 8th Undergraduate Conference, which brings language and language learning during the pandemic, challenges and opportunities as the theme of this year's conference. From this theme, as we experience it ourselves, that we are all as the students, teachers, and parents trying to adapt to the new learning process. It is not easy, and we may feel surprised at the beginning, but let us also appreciate ourselves for having the strength to get through this difficult time and find plenty of opportunities as well as the challenges ahead. We may never realize that by taking the opportunities and facing the challenges, we become way better than we ever imagined we would be. We may never know that we have actually mastered the operation of technology, become more creative and innovative, been more aware and critical of our surroundings. As for the real example, using the opportunity to be part of this event to share new ideas and perceptions will allow us to further understand what we are capable of. Finally, I would like to quote what Brian Tracy, an American motivational public speaker and self-development author, said, "Welcome the challenges, look for the opportunities in every situation to learn and grow from wisdom." Enjoy the conference and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anna, for your welcome speech. And then, ladies and gentlemen, now let's us listen to the next speech. Unfortunately, due to some circumstances, the Dean of Sanata Dharma University could not join us. So the speech will be delivered by the Vice Dean of Sanata Dharma University through recorded video. To the Honorable Mr. Paulus Kuswandono, PhD, the time is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Warm greetings from the Faculty of Teacher Education and Training of Sanata Dharma University. I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the Undergraduate Conference 2021, hosted by the English Language Education Study Program, Sanata Dharma University. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Ida Fatimawati from Swinburne University, Sarawak, who has sent a positive response to the committee's invitation to become the speaker with the topic Embracing the Educational Disruption, making a case for the resilient teacher. And secondly, to Ibu Christina Laksmita Anandari, EDM, from Sanata Dharma University, who discusses the topic on let's talk about sadness, using literature to connect the dots. And the third, I would like to also extend our gratitude to the presenters and the participants of the Undergraduate Conference 2021. And equally important, to the committee who has prepared the conference for all of us. In this occasion, I would like to reiterate the significance of our shared awareness that we are all faced with a very complicated and challenging situation nowadays caused by the recent pandemic. The implication of this pandemic can be really much deeper than the Great Depression age after the First World War. So the deepest and most severe impacts, among others, were in terms of the economy and education. So when we are talking about the dynamics of education, we really understand that many students and lecturers do not have many opportunities to meet physically and carry out learning activities as usual. In fact, we all understand that physical meetings between students and lecturers are indeed a basic requirement and prerequisites for the authentic and transformative learning. So I think within these limitations, then the Indonesian Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Bapak Nadiem Makarim, has rightfully emphasized that this pandemic can be a great opportunity (10 or 15 years to come. On the other hand, because of the pandemic, the adoption of this technology must be done simultaneously without any prior negotiations. So it would seem that the future of education and learning has happened at present. So when we view from this perspective, we all understand that a pandemic can be interpreted as a rocket booster in the education domain to allow more speedy technology adoption. Teachers and lecturers, despite their personal preferences of the learning mode, are all obliged to master distant learning technology. So within this context, we are all aware that the biggest challenge in online learning is, of course, building a more authentic engagement with students. Thus, I believe that in this conference, taking the theme on language and language learning during the pandemic, challenges and opportunities, we will learn many empirical variables related to the challenges and strategies to effectively facilitate online learning. Thus, finally, I hope that all the presenters and participants can reap the joy and happiness of meaningful sharing and discussion of our today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you for the amazing speech, Mr. Paulus Kusandono. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have another speech from the President of Sanata Dharma University, Mr. Johannes Eka Priyatma, MSc, PhD. However, since he is unable to join us live, he made a recorded video speech to welcome all of us. Let's watch to Mr. Eka Priyatma's speech.
On behalf of Sanata Dharma University, I feel honored to welcome all speakers and participants of the 8th Undergraduate Conference 2021. I also would like to extend my warmest regard to all of you. Let us first thank to Almighty God for the grace we have received in preparing this conference. I do hope this conference facilitates us as an effective means to strengthen our commitment to improve our knowledge and also widen our perspective and collaboration. I also wish that this conference facilitates a fruitful sharing and exchange ideas related to the conference theme on language learning during the pandemic's challenges and opportunities. Sanata Dharma University appreciate and support this conference, especially when it takes its theme on the relationship between English education and pandemic situation. From sociological point of view, learning in general and language learning especially
it's never been an individual or a technical India 4. Learning is always social and psychological realities, and therefore its success will be much influenced by its social context. What makes learning during pandemic is challenging and even more difficult to manage lies to its learning setting and environment that is totally different from normal situation. Pandemic has been devastating our social life, for we are not allowed to have close and spontaneous physical interaction. As a social India 4, learning without rich physical interaction tend to be dry, monotonous, and less effective. However, life must go on and learning should continue. Fortunately, our digital and internet technology has been matured to support a safe and easy communication as well as learning material exchange. These realities provide a huge opportunity to all of us to transform our learning system. Though this transformation is not easy and must include technical, managerial, and even paradigm aspect, the adoption of internet and digital technology for learning is a must. It is not only good and contextual for the pandemic situation, but also in the future of our learning mode. I often amazed with the capability of videos provided by YouTube channel for nurturing people in many areas of discipline with a very high of flexibility, and it is free. And surprisingly, there is no language barrier anymore. Realizing this development, English education and its learning is challenged not only on how to adopt computer technology in its learning approaches and practices, but also on how to redesign our curriculum and its related issues. Many things have been taken over by computer, such as spell checking, pronunciation, and translation. Such big challenges need openness in the one hand, but also a confident attitude in the other. This attitude flows from the fact that human being is still superior to technology, especially when it is about creativity, innovation, and conscience. In English education context, the advancement of computer technology should be directed more to strengthen our capacity and capability in creative writing rather than in reading and translating. The collaboration between smart computer and creative human being will produce a high quality of writers and speakers to influence a better society. Therefore, I position this conference as an appropriate and a timely response to the recent call to all of us in embracing one of the most challenging education problems, namely quality learning during the pandemic. I do hope that the conference become a good avenue not only to discuss our research finding, but also to facilitate a fruitful dialogue in which sharing knowledge, values, and awareness on English education, which takes place with joy and respect to each other. It is through such an orientation that we can proactively contribute to shape up our society better. May the conference be successful and enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eka Priyatma. And then last but not least, let us welcome Ms. Veronica Triprihatmini, MHUM MA, the Vice Chairperson of English Language Education Study Program, to give a speech and to officially open this event. To Ms. Veronica Triprihatmini, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dandi. Well, very good morning, Professor Ida Fatimawati and Ibu Christina Laksmita Anandari, EDM, all presenters and also participants of this undergraduate conference. I'm very delighted to be here, greeting you all in this very special occasion, which is done annually by the English Language Education Study Program of Sanata Dharma University. To Professor Ida Fatimawati, thank you very much for spending your valuable time to share your insights on embracing the educational disruptions, making a case for the resilient teacher, and to Ibu Christina Laksmita Anandari, EDM, for your ideas on let's talk about sadness using literature to connect the dots. This undergraduate students conference has come along its way since 2013, and this year is our 8th conference. Personally, I see this conference as a moment of academic party for the undergraduate students to share ideas, to express their opinions, ideas, and research findings, and also to exercise their critical thinking, their creativity, problem solving, and communication skills as they are presenting their research findings and probably also research proposals. I'm grateful knowing that this year, the number of abstracts and presenters has increased significantly. And I think there are 56 abstracts and 76 presenters in this conference. It shows that now the students realize the needs for this conference. Well, I hope that this conference will be beneficial for all participants and give you some inspirations, especially those who have not joined this conference as a presenters, so that you can prepare yourself later on to be presenters in the coming conference. Well, last but not the very least, I would like to express my gratitude to the committee who has prepared, organized, and also made this conference run well. Now I would like to declare that this conference is open. Well, everyone, enjoy and have fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our dearest Ms. Tri. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the first keynote speaker's presentation, let us sing or listen to Sanata Dharma University's hymn.
Seluruh Sanata Dharma, satu keluarga, panggilan suci Buddha
Presenters and participants, let me remind you of something important. Please note that you will be eligible to receive the e-certificate only if you have submitted the exit ticket and have registered your email at the website. We will provide the exit ticket right after the third parallel session has finished. The link will be available at around 3:15 in the afternoon. And we would like to inform you that there is a new program book in the website. We made a revision in the schedule. Please download the latest program book and pay attention to the parallel link. Should you have any questions, you may contact our help desk found in the Zoom chat room. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the keynote speaker's presentation of the conference. In this session, until 10:45 Western Indonesian time, we will listen to two talks. The first talk will be delivered by Professor Ida Fatimawati binti Adi Badiozaman from Swinburne University, Sarawak, Malaysia, and will be moderated by Ms. Sekarsari Gilang Shafira. For participants, you can post your questions in the Zoom chat room if you are joining from Zoom, or in the YouTube comment box if you're joining us from YouTube. Okay, Ms. Sekar, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dandi. Good morning, all participants of the 8th Undergraduate Conference 2021 in different time zones. My name is Sekarsari Gilang Shafira. I feel very honored to be here as a moderator for this session. In this first session, we are going to have Professor Ida Fatimawati binti Adi Badiozaman from Swinburne University, Sarawak, Malaysia. Hello, Professor Ida, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ida. It's an honor to have you in our undergraduate conference. Well, in this session, the keynote speaker is given 40 minutes to deliver the presentation and 20 minutes for question and answer session. In this conference, Professor Ida will be presenting about embracing the educational disruption, making a case for the resilient teacher, a very relatable topic in this online learning situation. If you have any questions, feel free to post your questions through the chat room of the Zoom meeting or YouTube streaming, which will be opened 15 minutes before the presentation time is over. Don't forget to mention your name and affiliation. Before starting the presentation, let me read a short biodata of the keynote speaker. Operator, show the slide, please. Okay, so Professor Ida is the head of School of Design and Arts and the the director of the Center for Education Research, Swinburne University of Technology, Sarawak campus, Malaysia. Next. She got her Bachelor of Education in TESL in University of Malaya, Malaysia. She got her Master's in TESOL from Victoria University, New Zealand, and she got her doctoral degree in TESOL from Massey University, New Zealand. Next. Her researches focus on student engagement, academic identity, women entrepreneurship, teacher education, and professional development. She got a lot of awards, and here are the recent ones. She was the winner of UN Women Malaysia WE Peace Award 2020 in Community and Industry Engagement category. She was highly commended for Emerald Interdisciplinary Impact Grant for the Project Enterprising Women in Rural Regions program in 2019. She got the first place for the Swinburne Research Impact Award 2019. And she was highly commended for the Vice Chancellor's Research Excellence Award 2018. Wow, a lot of great achievements. So without waiting any further, please welcome Professor Ida. Professor Ida, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll try to share my screen. Okay. Before I begin, I would like to thank the committee, the undergraduate committee, and especially the University Sanata Dharma for giving me this opportunity to present the keynote today. I truly wish I could be there because Yogyakarta and especially Sanata Dharma holds a very special place to my heart. But I am thankful for this opportunity, and I will try my best to share some of the most recent research findings that we've done through our center. And I also would like to extend my congratulations to the committee for arranging and organizing an online conference, which is not an easy feat. So congratulations. Upon learning about the theme today, which is language learning and teaching issues and challenges, I thought this was a perfect opportunity to share how some of the teachers, especially at higher education level in Sarawak, navigated the challenges of transitioning very, very quickly to online teaching, something that we all could relate to. I hope this will be informative, and I hope there are some things that can be taken away as good practice, as we are all teachers and going to be teachers here. So thank you so much again. And before I begin, I would just like to reiterate, or maybe a walk down memory lane in terms of how it was or what life was like before the pandemic. In a typical classroom setting, we would see that, in a classroom, we would have a teacher in the class and we would have students, and the arrangement is such that we have very dynamic conversations. There's a lot of interaction, there's a lot of engagement. And not only in the classroom as well, when we go outside, we have the opportunity to have informal discussions with our classmates, and whoever is within our learning community or academic community. And you can see that technology in this particular setting wasn't so much playing a central role, but it was more of a supportive or a facilitating role. So this was what it was like before the pandemic. And this happened in March 2020. So since then, a lot has changed. So if we look at the UNICEF report, this came out in about August 2020 last year. So it reported that the COVID pandemic has created the largest disruption of education systems in history. So this is a global event. So it affected nearly 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries in all continents. So this is such a significant impact worldwide. So what happened during this shutdown? Closures of schools and other learning spaces impacted 94% of the world's student population, up to 99% in low and lower middle income countries. So a lot of literature or research right now are talking about how this is impacting the COVID generation. So those who are affected, students who are within this pandemic situation, how they are affected, and how, in terms of job opportunities and when they graduate, how things are going to be so different for them. So this impact is obviously unprecedented. So realizing the significance of this, as I mentioned previously, I look after the Center of Education Research, and we were very cognizant that this impact experienced globally will affect predominantly not just the students. Yes, we understand that. For those who are the frontliners, the teachers, this is something they had to navigate very quickly. This was something they had to adapt and master very quickly as well, to ensure that education continued, to ensure that education was sustainable. So if you look at the screenshot that I got on the right-hand corner, we look at various contexts, developing countries, developed countries as well. They all experience this perhaps differently, but the challenge was still there. So we see in Ecuador how the community had to grapple with navigating the pandemic, how they had to ensure that despite the limitations in context, how do they make sure that education continues. You see in the Malay Mail, this is a newspaper in Malaysia, how parents called for streamlining education. So if for those who don't have online education, who don't have good internet access, can you create something, ensure that our students, our children will still have that education? And then Singapore schools, how they started with a full home-based learning. And then in Australia, they produced tutoring programs. So as we can see from all these snapshots, every single context manage things very differently. And this is depending on what they are able to offer within that community, within that context. So Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia are all very different contexts. So what we wanted to know in the Sarawak setting especially, how can we help, or how can we best understand these challenges faced by the teachers, especially language teachers? And also, what are some of the best practices that we can learn from each other to mitigate some of these challenges and issues that we are facing as teachers? So a brief overview, I would introduce some background to the study and review some literature pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, the methodology that was used, some of the results, and the discussion which touches on two things, the implications for pedagogy and also implications for theory. And I will conclude with some suggestions of how we can move forward. I know we're still in the midst of the pandemic. Malaysia just had another lockdown announced yesterday. So how do we move forward? Because this is not going anytime soon, not going away anytime soon. So how do we manage? How do we navigate all these challenges? So hoping the main takeaway today will be, how do we as teachers, as educators, can embrace this educational disruption? It's challenging, yes. It's complex, yes. But how do we embrace this? And how do we create resilient teachers? So we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has intensified challenges for delivery of education worldwide. We know this, right? We see that in the news, we face it ourselves as teachers, and you as students, you experience this on daily basis. So what it also did was it exposed, not only exposed, it also intensified pre-existing issues in the education system. So here I'm talking from the perspective of the Malaysian context. So in the Malaysian context, some pre-existing issues include technological acceptance. Us as teachers, we have our own preference. So I agree with the president just now. He said, you know, we have a preference. I prefer traditional teaching, especially when it's language teaching, the face-to-face, the interaction with learners, nothing can replace that. So technological acceptance, despite the fact that online learning has been introduced for more than 25 years, there is still resistance. So when pandemic hit, it intensified this challenge, the technological acceptance. There's still resistance. And not only that, it also exposed the gap, digital literacy gap in teachers. So we're talking about teachers who are in service or pre-service. In fact, if you look at some of the curriculum in teacher training, there isn't one specifically training teachers how to be online teachers. So there's a gap there. And then this is, I think, common in a lot of developing countries, the availability of infrastructure, the connectivity, the laptops available, the resources, and also the support. It's still lacking. And it also exposed the fact that when you are unable to be in a classroom setting and share the resources that are provided by the school, by the institution, it shows the gap between social economic status. So those who don't have a laptop, those who don't have a smartphone, those who have a large family who share one gadget, you are unable to provide inclusive education for all. So all these are exposed because of the pandemic. And this was a huge challenge for us as educators to navigate. So because of the sudden pivot, it was within days, it was within weeks for some to move to online teaching. So what it did was it intensified, it exacerbated the importance of teacher readiness. So whether you like it or not, whether you're ready or not, whether whatever gap you have, you had to be able to deliver a form of online teaching. So we know that in research, some said, oh, you can't call it online teaching because a proper online curriculum pedagogy for online teaching takes 6 to 8 months to plan. So if you're pivoting within 1 week or several days online teaching, that's emergency teaching or remote teaching. So I don't think this is the platform to question what's the right definition. But at the end of the day, as teachers, we want to continue providing that education. So like it or not, you needed to be ready. So that required a certain type of competence. So if we go back to literature review, what has been done or what has been researched way back, maybe 2 decades ago. So I've selected only a couple that I find very relevant. So we know that this shift to converting large number of traditional courses to online delivery, it's complex for several reasons. It's multifaceted. It's not as easy as switching whatever you do face-to-face to an online setting. No, it doesn't work that way. So to effectively deliver online, teachers had to meet or acquire minimum online teaching competence, right? So there is a minimum requirement that you had to have in order to ensure that you are able to deliver something online successfully. So an author, a researcher in 2016 cautions that at a minimum, an e-ready online instructor should be capable of efficiently and effectively applying the technology as necessary in an e-learning system. So knowing the technology, yes, tick the box, but not just that. You needed to know how to use it effectively, appropriately, to fit your student setting and to fit the current context. So to ensure cognitive and social presence is sustained in digital learning, teachers were required to use various digital tools and resources. So it's not having to learn the best or more recent or most relevant or what's most popular apps or tools. You needed to know what is low tech and high tech. You needed to know that this might be best delivered asynchronously or synchronously, because at the end of the day, it had to fit the context of your students. So I also combed some research that is conducted during the pandemic. So I specifically chose one that was done in Indonesia. So it said that what they discovered in that particular institution is that not just students struggle, it's both teachers and students needed more time to adapt to online teaching. So the assumption that, oh, millennials, Gen Z, digital natives, no. It doesn't mean that they are able to adapt that quickly. So the acceptance, the adjustment required a certain period of time. And a study, this was Spain, a lack of engagement with learners. So the teachers felt that it wasn't the same as a physical face-to-face. In fact, there was a quotation in there where the teacher said, oh, in face-to-face class, I felt that I was a comedian. I was really funny. My students laugh at my jokes. But when I did this online, it was silence. So it affected their sense of identity as well. Another study here looked at several teachers in several institutions, so both high school and university. It reported that it's a lack of pedagogical and technological competence among teachers. So even those who experience studying online, when they had to teach online, they also faced multiple challenges as well. So something that was reported consistently, so this was especially in developing countries, so there was inadequate internet facilities. So this negatively impacted online teaching learning experience. So I personally experienced this myself, whereby sometimes internet connectivity in a way influenced the type of approach that I use. So I of course would like to have a live lecture all the time, but this meant that I had to ensure my internet was stable. But this was not always the case, depending on where I was, on sometimes on the weather or the day itself. So I had to be very aware of all these aspects before I could design or curate a lesson for my students. So all these are some of the things that has been reported by literature as factors that shape or influence the delivery of an effective online teaching. So I went back to previous pandemic literature. So just to have a clearer sense of what can be done. So what are some things that would make it successful or what would make it effective? So teaching online requires different pedagogy and a distinct set of skills from conventional classroom. So it required specific set of skills and it's very different from teaching in a face-to-face. Okay, we know that now. And then gaining this required competencies is absolutely necessary to develop and employ appropriate methods for quality online teaching and learning. So we want this quality teaching, quality learning. So you as a teacher have to acquire all these competencies. And because of this need to master and acquire these competencies, this involves having to play different roles. have different responsibilities and also, again, these competencies. So let's say in a face-to-face classroom, in a low proficiency English class, you had to play more of a dominant role or authoritative role where you are guiding them. A lot of scaffolding needs to be done. But then in online setting, this has to change because you can't necessarily play that dominant role because the online environment is so different. So if we look back and apply this to language teaching, yes, there are similar changes, but there are stark differences. Differences why? Because we are looking at different skills. So we're teaching literature. We're looking at skills such as listening, speaking, reading, writing. All these require different approaches and very specific theory and tools. And then not only that, on top of that, we have very different proficiency levels as well. So we have an intermediate, beginner, advanced, and all these also meant that you had to curate your approach to cater to all these different levels of students as well. But in a nutshell, ultimately, what we know with this pivot to online teaching, the teacher role has been intensified in an online teaching learning environment. So we know there are numerous framework theories behind what is good for online teaching, what makes an effective online teaching. There's so many, there's so many, because this again has started about 30 years ago. But when we think about this context whereby we transitioned, not because we wanted to, because we had no choice. So I felt that this particular framework was something so important and something that resonated with me, especially when that first week I had to teach my students a master's in TESOL. TESOL is teaching of English. And I realized that transitioning to online meant I in a way, I've lost that community, my classroom is my tribe, my community. So I've lost that. So what was so important to me was sustaining communication, making sure we're connected no matter where we are, and making sure that they know that I'm there no matter the online environment. So in troubled times, it says here, learners need your presence as teachers. So presence can be projected by social presence, that's one. Cognitive presence, that's when the teaching and learning happens, and the teaching presence. So I'll start with talking about the social presence, where you invite learners to engage purposefully, achieve meaningful interactions, establish and maintain relationships in online learning environments. So that continuity, so that sense of community, sense of belonging is still there, even though you're not physically next to each other. Not like in the classroom, you could just tap on someone's shoulder. Hey, how are you doing? I know how are things going? Even though you can't do that, you still maintain that. Make sure you maintain that. That is social presence. Next is cognitive presence. So you invite learners to construct and confirm meanings through sustained reflection and discourse. Again, the element of continuity, but it's co-creation in the sense that you are participating together, creating learning together. So that, in a way, helps learners reflect, and then it's a continuous improvement. So reflect on what happened and then how best to improve that, and then we learn from that. So it's a continuous cycle. And then the teacher presence is crucial because you have to design, you facilitate, you're clearly articulating to your learners the social processes for the purpose of realizing meaningful and educationally worthwhile learning activities. So when you're designing anything, you have to make sure, okay, how will my learners be able to, one, access this, to understand this? Will it meet the learning outcomes? These factors need to be at the back of your mind as teachers when you're designing an online teaching presence, so that they know that you are there, you are present, so they can be present socially, cognitively as well. So realizing all this and being in the midst of the transitioning very quickly to an online setting, we felt that there's a group of us in the Center of Education Research. We felt that why don't we look at this? Let's see, number one, what are faculty perceptions on the importance of online teaching competencies? Because we know teachers in a higher education or in any teaching training institutions, preference is there. They will still have personal preferences, but how do they perceive the importance of online teaching competence now they are in this setting that they can't escape, you have no choice. And then number two, what competencies are perceived as central in managing the transition of OTL, online teaching and learning? So what do they think is important, what is perhaps not as important, and so on. We want to know all these because we want to ensure as management, because I'm at a school and we also believe in professional development training, we want to know how faculty, how teachers can be trained and supported. This is very important because we read a lot of cases where students are burnt out, teachers are exhausted, because it's a lot of cognitive load that happens when you're doing online teaching and learning. And how do we ensure that is continuous quality improvement? So because of these reasons, these are the genesis. So we wanted to know what are the perceptions and what competencies are there that they perceive as central, so we can curate something, perhaps in terms of professional development, to further support them, because we're now in 2021 and we're still in online teaching. So there is no back to how it was before. So we will perhaps go back to a hybrid form of learning moving forward. So I'm a great believer of mixed methods as a methodology. So we broke down the project to 2 phases. So phase 1 is quantitative. We used a validated survey, distributed it to 6 higher institutions, 6 universities in Sarawak, 3 private and 3 public. And based on that response, the emerging profile were selected and interviewed for phase 2 for us to better understand. So the emerging themes from phase 1 will help guide the interview questions in phase 2. So this is what we did. So first quantitative, second we follow up and focus on the qualitative. So in phase 1, we employed the Faculty Readiness to Teach Online, for short is FRTO, by Martin and al. In 2019. So this survey looked at 4 competencies. So course design, which look at how to design effective educational materials using the learning management system, wherever you have, how do you design it? So items are including learning activities that provide opportunities for interaction. There's also course communication as a competency, communication with students. So how do you moderate discussion forums? How do you ensure that communication is sustained throughout the teaching and learning activity or the semester? There's also the time management competency, the third one. How do you ensure time management with online teaching? How do you learn yourself as a teacher, learn new tools? How much do you allocate to provide feedback and improve on the feedback? So things like that. And the final one is, of course, the technical competence. How to create content, how do you utilize LMS, even something as how do I provide online feedback in something that is submitted on Canvas, for example. So navigating within the courses in the learning management systems. So these are the 4 competencies that we first want to have a snapshot of. So we distributed it to 6 universities. And again, because of the pandemic, I actually was quite grateful to get the response rate that I got. And then we got about 330 respondents, and this is the breakdown. So if you look at the competence column, so what was ranked as number 1 was course design. So there, a lot of these teachers felt that this was very important. This was followed by time management, and then followed by course communication, and then followed by technical competence. So we also asked in the survey, so okay, now you said this is important, these 4 are important by this ranks and order, but how do you think you are performing in terms of your own ability? So we saw that there was a slight variation, but what was consistent was the course design. So they felt that, okay, yes, it's important, but I'm also very capable in terms of designing my course, so I know this very well. In terms of time management and course communication was slight variation, and there's also technical competence as number 3. So we know, okay, so these are things that they're perceived as important, but in terms of ability, there's slight variations. So us as researchers, we found that, or we felt that, okay, so this tells us there are certain things that we can curate or design to further support our teachers later on in higher institutions. So as I mentioned earlier, from phase 1, we had these emerging themes. So based on that, we developed interview protocols. So we wanted to know more. Okay, now these are your abilities. These are things that you say are important, but how exactly did you manage all when you are teaching? So in practice, in context. So we broke down the emerging themes, and this led to these interview questions. So Thankfully, 22 teachers said, okay, I'll spare 1 or 2 hours to be interviewed across all the 6 universities. And these are the questions that we asked. Can you please share with me your initial reaction or experience when having to transition to remote teaching or online learning? So this was quite an interesting question, and we got various types of responses ranging from shock, fear, I wanted to run, I wanted to faint, it was challenging. So this was very telling for us, and we felt a sigh of relief as well, because it's something that is very common and we all experienced it. So exactly what are the challenges that you faced? What are enabling factors? What are inhibiting factors? This was also very telling because they shared challenges that we thought we only faced, but it was quite common across all universities, all the 6 institutions. So what has changed in your teaching practices as a result of COVID-19 crisis? So this was also because we wanted to know in terms of practices, but also identity and the roles that teacher play from face-to-face to online setting. So what has changed? And number 4, we wanted to know what professional development training would you like to participate in? What kind of support do you need to ensure that the teaching learning is engaging and effective? So this is something that we would like to know so that we can curate or design something that is specifically catered to what is needed. And then the next we ask, so now what do you aspire for your future online teaching? So, and what can be done by the institution to help you reach that goal? So they listed a lot of things that they felt was needed. And also in terms of online teaching, some teachers still reported that, okay, I still want, if I can, go back to my traditional face-to-face. But they also mentioned that if this is not the case or this cannot happen, I actually want to learn how to create good assessments online. Or I also want to learn how to engage my students because they're very quiet in the classroom. And lastly, we thought this was something that is absolutely necessary because in an online or remote or emergency teaching, whatever you call it, competency needs to be looked at a very different lens. It's not enough to just use a pre-pandemic kind of framework. We wanted to know in a pandemic setting, is there something that we missed? So we asked. In the survey, readiness was measured through 4 competencies and self-efficacy / confidence. Do you believe there are other aspects that needs to be taken into consideration to conceptualize readiness for online teaching? So this was very eye-opening and they shared so much. And this was based on their context and their own experience as well. So I'll share this in the next few slides. So we had 22 teachers through semi-structured interviews. And of course, because we were not allowed to travel and go meet them face-to-face, everything was done online. So we asked them, so what competencies were perceived to be central? And how did they navigate all these challenges? And how did they transition? And what was so repetitive across all the interviews was agentic competence. So this was so crucial in shaping resilience. We noticed that, no matter how difficult it was, no matter how exhausted these teachers were, they were so resilient and they were able to adapt very quickly during the transition to online teaching and learning. So this highlighted to us as researchers, something is there that is pushing them to do this. And there is something that is not in literature that has not been reported or not given enough attention. So we call this teacher agency or agentic competence. So these were the breakdown. We had 22 teachers, so it was luckily 12 male, 12 female. We wasn't expecting that. And you can see the age range and the range of teaching experience. So they taught multiple levels, undergrad, postgrad, pre-U. They're from the STEM, science, teaching, engineering, and maths, and from humanity and social science, from private and public, ranging from the dean to the coordinator, teaching and research, from professors, associate professors, and lecturers, and some have online studying experience, some did not, some have taught it, some have not, and then some have attended online training and some have not. So there's a range. And when we did a MANOVA test, all these variables, they did not really make a difference in terms of what they perceive as important, or in a nutshell, everybody felt that it was challenging. Everybody felt that it was difficult, no matter if you had training or not. And this was the framework that we created. So in many literature, what it does is when they look at teacher readiness for online teaching and learning, you'll only see certain parts of it. So you only see the technological competence. They talk about course design, communication, time management, but not so much of the agentic competence, not so much of the teacher being competent enough to be adaptable, to be resilient, to be proactive. Not so much of that. So this was something that we felt this study was able to provide. Despite all the profile indicators, the background discipline, all that did not necessarily discriminate teacher readiness, especially in a pandemic setting. I guess in a way, how you can see it, when you have no choice, you just have to master it. So that agentic competence propelled teachers to be competent in mastery of technology, designing, and communication competence, and so on. And what we also realized was the fact that there are also, in addition to the macro level, so that's the teacher side, you also have to be very cognizant of the meso level and macro level. So meso level means institution, student themselves. Some students initially were very hesitant to be in an online environment. We also had students saying that, can we come back to class? Can we have our normal discussions in the tutorials? But this eventually we have to explain that it's not possible because of the pandemic. So these are some of the things, institution readiness to accept that, okay, this is how it's going to be, this is our new normal. And then for student readiness was the fact that they also have to accept that this will be it. And in addition to that, community readiness and all the infrastructure that I talked about earlier. So this all has to be addressed, especially when we're talking about how to be ready, how to be competent, how to be effective for an online teaching. So some of the quotes I can share here is from the qualitative phase. So if you can see from course design, it has been broken to several sub-themes and also the number of quotes. So what we did was we coded it and we also counted the numbers. Some overlapped, some was mentioned by multiple teachers, even in one interview. Right. So for example, in terms of course design competence, so discipline related demands, most of my subjects, this was a teacher, I think economy. So yeah, most of my subjects relates to calculation, right? So I have to demonstrate how to do this to my students to get that figure. So I needed to do live lessons. So it was very specific to that particular type of program or unit. So we also noticed that for engineering or something that is very hands-on or technical, a lot of teachers would say, I need, how to do simulation. It will never replace the face-to-face and things like that. Or an actual lab, for example. So another one was enhancing student engagement or sustaining student engagement. You could have the best technologies available. If the students are just not interested, they can't really engage. So this is a challenge for the instructors. So these are some of the quotes that we notice in terms of competencies and what the challenges that they face. So creating assessments popped up a lot. So here I counted about 25. So the concern is, how do we make sure that we are able to assess this in terms of navigating the issue of integrity, making sure that ULOs are met, learning outcomes are met, even though it's an online assessment, and what kind of assessments do we create to make sure that we are testing them the right things. So they had to learn how to test or provide alternative assessments. So these are some of the things that the teachers mentioned as they go. And in terms of communication, the biggest one was maintaining communication. So how do I make sure that if I don't see them in the classroom, that the communication is sustained, not just for the learning, but to ensure that they're okay as well. So some teachers use Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. So they let the students choose how to contact them. It's not just official email. It's all these other apps that they use to make sure that they're in contact, to know they're engaged, they're okay, things like that. And then the student-student interaction, some of the teachers said, okay, because this happened at a particular time with new students, we don't even have that relationship with them. We don't even know them. And the student don't even know the other students in the class. So this will affect the effectiveness of the delivery of the class, especially when you have to do group projects, for example. So how do you do this? And then what is also affected, they talk about student-teacher interaction. So I know sometimes in my class as well, I let my students choose, if you want to switch on your video, it's fine. If you don't want, it's fine. As long as I know you're there and you're responsive. So I have to give them that opportunity because many reasons. It's not necessarily easy for students to just switch on the camera for personal reasons, or it could be the data that's affecting, you know, whether they want to use the video or not. So because of this, the communication is affected. So sometimes you don't know whether they're there. Sometimes it's so quiet. So engagement is not like in the classroom where you can just look at them and see facial cues. Now that's taken away in an online environment. So I do understand some of these findings as they are relatable as well. With time management competence, so there's a lot of preparation that has to take place. So it's pre, during, and the post. So one teacher says with online, you really have to plan what you do because you don't want to take too much time from your student. So in your mind, you're already envisioning what the class will look like or what will it be like when you do this delivery for your students. How much will it take to do a quiz? How much discussion and so on. So there's a lot of preparation that is behind the scenes. And also, in addition to that, you as a teacher also have to learn new things like Menti or Kahoot, for example. So, and then there's a follow-up after the assessments and just to reflect and then move on to the next and prepare the next lesson. So there's a lot of prep time that's involved. So one teacher reported that semester one, I had a big group classes about 6 hours. So I was overwhelmed with work. So many things, assessments and prep. So to reply 900 students in 1 week is near impossible. So he said, I'm burnt out. Actually, he joked as well, not necessarily exhausted. I was completely burnt out to the fact that he said he was like rentong, like hangus. So he said it was quite hard that very first semester just to manage learning and teaching. And then technical competence. So this is something that happens in various gradations with teachers. So sometimes when you deliver lesson online, they can't hear you or they don't have the tools. So you need someone to help you with technical issues. When troubleshooting, you need someone from IT perhaps to help you when problems occur. And then technological infrastructure. So you go to webinars, you learn about so many new tools and tricks and you want to apply to your class, but setting it up whether your institution will be okay with it, whether they're okay with you using a trial software and things like that. So you have to match what you want with what the institution is able to offer in terms of IT support, and also have to match it to what you're teaching as well. So there's a lot of complexities that's involved in technical competence. And this is something that appeared so much. So this is agentic competence. So the sub-themes under agentic competence is resilience, goal setting, and adaptive behavior. So in a nutshell, everybody felt that, yes, it was very, very challenging. It was something new. It was a steep learning curve for everybody. So in a normal situation, perhaps when you have an alternative, it's okay. You said, all right, it's fine. You know, we do this temporarily, but once this is over, I'll go back to my normal way. But we know that this is not the case. So you can see from the findings that the goal setting emerged as so important. So 35 quotes across the 22 interviewees, they said, I want to learn more. For example, managing teams in online space, right? How to get teams together, how to engage with the team, with the students, for example. So they wanted to learn more. And not only that, they said, oh, okay, now how do I do this assessment? I've heard about this proctoring. Oh, I've heard about this tool. It is very good for giving feedback for essays, for example. So they wanted to know more. And the fact that they know more about what's out there, it shows that they actually went out to find out more. So that's goal setting. And in addition, we also saw resilience. So yes, it's hard, but they were determined to be overcome this or manage this somehow. So for example, the fact that students, because of online learning, and for example, in this person situation, most of the students are in rural area. So in rural area, during heavy traffic, internet is not great. So what this meant was the students are able to contact the teachers only when after hours, maybe 6, 7 onwards at night when it slows down. So the teacher is accommodating of this, because if she says, okay, you only contact me from 9 to 5, after that is a no because that's my working hours, that meant that she is limiting or stopping students from accessing him or her. So she said, okay, it's fine. It's 24/7. They can contact me. It's fine. They ask me questions. It's okay. I will try my best to answer because I don't want them to feel excluded from the learning or the learning stops despite whatever limitations. So this shows resilience because in other extracts, they said, I'm so burnt out. You know, all I do is check my emails, check my WhatsApp, check my Discord and all that. But they persevere. They are resilient and they are determined that, you know, they are going to sustain learning for the students and they will help no matter what. So that's resilience, and we saw goal setting. And not only that, teachers who say, I don't like technology, I want to go back to traditional classroom. So they actually invested in more gadgets, right? So this was a teacher that's teaching SPSS, teaching research for her students. So she said, I invested in having multiple things. I now use 2 monitors. I have ebooks now. So she actually showed me her setup when I interviewed. Okay, this is my monitor, this is my other monitor, and this is how I do it. So this is what we see in terms of adaptive behavior. And there's many variations of this across all interviews. So with an engineering lecturer, with our economy lecturer and other technical subjects, they said, we learn how to show calculations. We learn how to do this, you know, and then they even like offered to teach me as well. So this was something that I found very humbling and very encouraging as well. And it shows that, you know, teachers have this agentic competence inside them that enables them to overcome such difficulty, and you see the resilience and how they want to do their best for the students despite the challenges that are thrown at them. So ultimately, this agentic competence, theoretical agentic competence emerge as resilience and adaptability for online teaching and learning. So what exactly is it defined as? So it's when you see behaviors where teachers take advantage of opportunities. So they embrace opportunities. You see risk-taking behaviors. So they persist in goal pursuits and they're willing to change, I guess, how the outlook to fit or to manage that particular difficult circumstance. So this agentic view of resilience was evident across all the interviewees, whereby they play a very proactive role in how they adapted in that situation. Additionally, you remember question number 6 in the interview, I also asked, okay, we only looked at 4, but we discovered 5 in the qualitative phase. In addition to that, we also realized that because everybody is in a very different context, and then not all in higher institution or educational institutions are the same in terms of what they have available in resources. There's institutional readiness, student readiness, and contextual readiness in the meso and macro level. So we look at the individual teacher, then it's a larger context and outer context of that. So institutional readiness. So some teachers say, like, you know, my institution needs to invest in better technology, better software, better learning platforms, right? It can't be me purchasing all this, you know, because this is out of my salary. What about the other teachers who can't afford it? So how do they ensure that they are able to provide it to their students? So there was a lot of this kind of providing adequate resources in the interviewees. And instead of in the context of student readiness, we have to understand that in a classroom, when you come to the classroom, when you come to the university, everything is there. Your teacher is there, your friends are there. If you don't have a laptop, you can borrow. If you don't have a tablet, you can share with other friends who are there physically. But in the home environment, this was 72 quotes. So it says, not everybody has a home environment that is suitable for learning. So some have siblings, it's very noisy, and they share. And then some parents who also work from home and expect you to also help out, the students help out in the house to do chores and things like that. I actually have experienced this myself in my own class, where, you know, one of the students had to look after the younger siblings. So it was very hard, and we had to understand that this is what it's like in that home environment. And in terms of contextual readiness, there's the internet, stability, connectivity. And I am in Kuching. Kuching, Sarawak is supposed to be the capital city, but I also face internet problems. And then I completely understand when my students say, "Oh, Dr. Ida, I can't, you know, I can't share. I can, you know, I can't download, or I can't do this, or can I just switch off my video? I can't hear you, things like that. Can I just watch the video, the recorded video? I have to understand that these are all the readiness or the competency sets, not quite there yet, but it definitely will affect how I teach or how I design my lessons online. So this is why we thought that, okay, it needs to be looked at a more holistic way, in the sense that you need to be aware that there's a student factor, yes, the teacher factor, yes, but at the outer level, there's also the fact that the context has to be ready, the community has to be ready, and then the institution also has to be very, very supportive in providing resources and support. Yes, technology support, but there's also the fact that when teachers say, I'm so tired, I'm burnt out, I need mental health help, they have to understand that this comes as a part of parcel of this transition to online teaching and learning during the pandemic. So we, based on the findings, so this is the theoretical framework that we have come up with, and propose that, it's not enough to just look at preparing them technologically and teaching them pedagogically. There's other things that we have to be very cognizant of, and then these are other factors we have to be very mindful of, especially when we're expecting effective online delivery of teaching and learning. So in terms of pedagogy, so what we've discovered that teachers or the higher institutions are not homogeneous. Various discipline needs very different types of support, and it's personalized based on competencies and also discipline. It's not necessary to always go high tech, high tech. Sometimes low tech and asynchronous plus synchronous also gets you to that point where you meet the learning outcomes. So we've discovered that through the findings. And then it's also very, very important, based on the stories that they've shared with us, to create support, effective support mechanisms and continuous professional development programs. So not just focusing on just one or two, but integrating all competencies, because we want to enhance teacher readiness and pedagogical training specific to the discipline. So whatever you offer to perhaps to humanities, to language teachers, may not necessarily be relevant for those in teaching engineering or other technical subjects, for example. And professional preparation for teachers goes beyond technical skills. It needs to be beyond that. Teachers need to be resilient. We need to build in terms of flexibility and empathy, especially when we're responding to crisis. So this, although it's there, we need to further enhance it, and then provide more tools and strategies so that whenever we face another crisis, or they are able to respond to crisis, and make sure that they are also creating meaningful learning opportunities for the students. Based on the findings, it's obvious that there will always be challenges, but there are opportunities in the challenges. There are many things that we can further improve. The fact that this has exposed a lot of inequities in education, a lot of challenges that are pre-existing. So this is where we can reimagine education, where there are things that we could perhaps change in terms of our practice, in terms of our outlook. So what can we do to embrace this disruption and reimagine education to be? So I've always read Professor John Hattie's work. So his seminal work on visible learning is something that I hold very dearly, because it talks about the importance of being a reflective practitioner. So you learn from your experiences, you reflect on your lesson that day, and think about, how do I improve? Did my students learn? If they did not, how do I make sure that I change this in the next session, for example? So he talked about in his article. He talked about how we can optimize during the pandemic social interaction between peers and teachers. So as you can see from the finding just now, new students, first-time students, they don't know their friends, they don't know their teachers. How do we ensure that we optimize social interaction between peers and teachers, students and students, that sense of belonging? How do we nurture that? So that was the communication competence, and that is also facilitated by you knowing how technology works. So having to listen to student feedback carefully, because you don't have the classroom cues anymore. You don't know their facial expression. You don't know whether they get it or they're engaged, or whether their mind is somewhere else. We don't know. So you have to look at student feedback carefully. So this means that feedback that we get it has to be formal and informal. So we need to know, like, did that work? If that didn't work, why didn't it work? What should we do to make it work next time around? So to look up, these are your cues now, because you're no longer in a physical setting, cues to look up for to improve your teaching practice. And as teachers, we also really need to understand what it feels like to be a learner, learning in an online environment. So once we are in those shoes, we can perhaps have a better sense of what are the challenges that our students face, what would be better for them. Instead of me yapping for 2 hours, what would be more engaging and interactive for the students, all right? What kind of assessments would be more effective for that unit or for that learning outcome, for example. Additionally, he also talked about how we need to collaborate more with other teachers to share ideas, observations, and tips. And I learned this myself from the people around me and then from the research that I did. There are so many things that we can embed in our lessons, in our lesson plans, for example, that would make certain goals. For example, this is how I did it in a normal face-to-face class, but you can actually do it this way in an online environment. There's so many things that we can learn from each other. And this also helps mitigate, that feeling of, this is so hard, how am I going to manage this for another year? This is so hard, how do I create assessments on Canvas and make sure that, I'm meeting the learning outcomes, things like that. So collaborate. So this is something that is been suggested. The changes we need in education post-COVID. So what this has highlighted is that there are many opportunities in terms of how our perspective can be changed when we look at things. So curriculum that is developmental, personalized, and evolving. We now know that, there are certain things that we have to do away because we are no longer in a physical setting, because it's all online. So it needs to be developmental. It looks at skills. It has to be personalized. It has to evolve. Things that are done a certain way in the past may no longer be relevant or may no longer be effective. So we need to be very aware of this. Secondly, pedagogy that is student-centered, inquiry-based, authentic, and purposeful. We talk about student-centered a lot. It has been, discussed for many decades in education, but do we really do this in class? So we've seen slow progress towards being student-centered, but you still will typically see the lecturer or the teacher in front of a class. So we want to do away with this, because in an online environment, this cannot work. It's not as effective. Right? So there are ways where you have to change your role in an online setting where, especially when you're a language teacher, you are the facilitator. So how do you curate content? How do you make sure they acquire those skills? So that has to be done in a very authentic and purposeful manner. And then again, being very aware of what your students are capable of, their context, their limitations, resources available. So you have to ensure that delivery of instructions capitalizes on strengths of both synchronous and asynchronous learning. And I think a year forward, a year on, after March 2020, we as teachers know that for synchronous, this works for this kind of goal. For asynchronous, this is better for this learning goal, for example. So we have to capitalize and leverage on that. So we learn from experience, and then we also learn from theory that there are certain things that can be done better synchronously or asynchronously. So I want to end here and then highlight the fact that, yes, it's very challenging. It's a steep learning curve for everybody as educators and also as students to transition to online very, very quickly. But this quote resonated with me every time I felt that, oh my God, how am I going to deliver this? How am I going to teach research methods to my master's students or to my PhD students? How do I supervise them if I can't even see them or have them sit next to me and go through paperwork, or go through their drafts and their writing? How do I do that? So it's a very trial and error thing, but we don't. Here, John Dewey says we do not learn from experience. We learn from reflecting on experience. So that experience that I've gone through in the 2 semesters that I taught in 2020, that taught me, okay, what worked and what didn't work. And most importantly, it also showed me that empathy as a learner, as a teacher learner, what students are going through and on the other side of the screen. So you have to be very aware when you design anything. Will this work? If not, what can I do to make sure that this is more accessible for my learners who might be in a home environment that's noisy, or who might be in an area where there's no good internet access. So I have to be very, very aware of that and try to make sure that I create meaningful learning opportunities. So I end with that. And all these research findings I've written out. One came out earlier this year, 2 are still under review. So these are the journals where I hope, if you want more information, I can happily share this with you. So yeah, that's all from me. I'm happy to take any questions if there's any. I see a question here.
Please wait, Professor Ida, there is a technical problem.
Problem.
Okay, I cannot show my face.
That's okay.
So I'm going to wait for a bit.
Okay, I see one question.
Okay, there are some questions here actually. Or should we go to the first question?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, so the first question is from Anissa Sarah from Sanata Dharma University. So the question is, during the pandemic, some teachers start to utilize artificial intelligence to help them provide online learning material. In your opinion, could artificial intelligence affect the presence of teachers? Yeah, that is the questions. You may answer it now.
Sure. Is there a way where we can clarify what they mean by artificial intelligence?
Okay, wait, Professor. Okay, I think we are going to move on to the second question first.
Okay.
Okay, so the second question is from Eka Septian from Sanata Dharma University. So a neighbor of mine who is a teacher told me that her students couldn't focus on the class because they choose to do work and their parents don't try to prevent them. So my question is how to position students' mindset to keep focus and learning while there are a lot of things they also need to consider, especially to help their parents during this difficult time. So focusing more on work than the study. What do you think of that? How to position students' mindset to keep learning and not get distracted with work?
Well, this is a very complex situation because I do understand that some students have to work to support themselves. For example, I'm looking at my students, master students who are working to support their to pay for their fees for studying. So as teachers, we have to be very understanding in the sense that, especially during this pandemic time, priorities will shift, priorities will change. And for some parents, they do explicitly state to their students, some in the undergrad, for example, you have to help out with our business, because we have to let go of workers because of the economy and how bad it is. So it's not, there's no easy answer to this. I have to put myself in their shoes, in that position. What would they do? So ultimately, if the parents require them to help out for to the family, I mean, it's something that they have to do. What we can do as teachers, as educators, this is where I talk about how we need to see things holistically. So to just say, oh no, cannot, you must do your assessments, must do this, must do that. So this has to be a conversation that has to be had at a bigger level, where the institution itself have to be quite understanding in terms of, okay, if you can't finish the assessment now, would an extension help? Giving them extra time or things like that, because we don't know what the situation is at home. We don't know what's happening financially with them as well. So we see this a lot, especially in the throughout the semesters, where we track them. We track them in terms of the learning analytics, who is disengaged, who suddenly disappeared after week 3 or week 5. So we would call them up and check on them. So sometimes they will want to be reached out to. Sometimes they would just rather be quiet. So it's a very complex problem. And how we navigate this in Sunburn is we try to understand the situation as much as possible. And if the students are able to be contacted, then our counselors, so this is what I meant, the whole institution, the counselors play a role in providing that kind of support. If they need someone to talk to, if they feel this is the problem, then the counselor would negotiate something with the lecturer and talk about extensions or providing extra support. Because not everybody can transition to online learning very quickly. I mean, I personally myself took a while to when I attend all these learning and trainings, took a while for me to adapt or to absorb things. So it's a complex problem. I wish I could say, oh, just tell them to dig deep and be motivated. It's not as easy as that. It's a whole conversation. It's a difficult conversation to have, but first of all, it needs to start with understanding why. So if the situation requires the student to work because they need to help financially with the family, then we can talk about how we can make sure they stay learning, perhaps take a leave of absence this semester and continue next round, or it could be just giving that extra time or extra support from counselors. Yeah. I hope that answered the questions. Yeah, but it happens. It's very normal. We see a lot of this, and we track those, especially who are disengaged. Suddenly they disappear. And these are not the naughty students. These are the very hardworking students, and suddenly disappearing. So we try to make sure that we are providing whatever help we can. So it could be academic help. It could be something else, just talking to a counselor, for example. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Ida, for the answer. I think, yeah, it is very complex situation where we cannot just answer this or that. It needs a conversation where, yeah, it's a difficult conversation with the students, but it is needed. And I think it will take a long time to change the perspective of the students. Okay, so I think we are going to go back to the first question.
Sure.
Okay, so Anissa has clarified what she meant by artificial intelligence. So, for example, when teachers utilize the text-to-speech apps to help them provide online learning material, however, the voice produced is not the same as the real teacher's voice. Could it affect the presence of teachers in the online learning? Okay, that is clarification.
Thank you. I have seen this text-to-speech app in action. My personal preference is because I'm trained to be an English teacher, so nothing can actually replace the presence of an actual teacher, not artificial. No. I'm not saying anything against artificial intelligence. I think they are, interesting and necessary for certain contexts. But for the language teaching, that experience that I had, a lot of I don't know. I felt that it wasn't organic. The experience wasn't organic in the sense that the interaction and the feedback, it was very, how do I say it? For me personally, I feel that if you are able to do I assume this is a speaking class or listening or a particular language class. If you are able to do that, conduct that, or record that, it doesn't have to be a live session. If you're able to record that, it would be best, to do that. The teacher presence is there, especially for pronunciation, for stress, because we know that certain accents stress on different things, especially in English. I know when I taught Vietnamese students, when I taught Thai students, when I taught students from the Middle East, pronunciation varies because of the influence of L1 and the stress on different parts of the syllabus. So you, as a teacher, a trained language teacher, you would know this kind of information, that my students are from this type of background. Therefore, there are possible challenges that they will face when they are trying to be fluent or articulate something. So I like the text-to-speech app when it's you're trying to perhaps analyze something for research, or when you're just converting an interview to text that takes time away from you doing it manually. But in terms of the lesson itself, this is my personal opinion. I would still have the teacher do it. Yeah, just that personal touch and you knowing your learner the best, from where they're from, their demographic background, the accents, the stress, you know, all that. Yeah, personally, that's what I would do.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. I think text-to-speech artificial intelligence can help in online learning, but I know it sounds kind of unnatural in our ear when we listen to text-to-speech. It still cannot replicate human voice naturally. Yeah, okay. So I think, oh, there is a question. So this is the third question, Professor. So it is from Maria Fatima from Sanata Dharma University. So the question is, there are many things that we learn with online teaching learning. How to bridge the gap between the devices that learners used and the material that teachers present in learning online in the future post-COVID-19?
So how to bridge the gap between materials used?
Between the devices and the materials that the teachers present in online learning in the future post-COVID-19, after the COVID-19. So I think to shift from online again after post-COVID.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, that means that the devices that students use differ from the materials used by the teachers. Okay, so okay, maybe I'll go back to my experience of delivering online teaching. What we did was we, as in Sun Yat University, we invest in a learning management system. So we've done this for many years. So it wasn't quite the steep learning curve to transfer whatever is online to whatever is face-to-face to online teaching. So it wasn't that much of a transition in a sense, because we already have this learning management platform called Canvas, where we transport all our materials. So what we do in a face-to-face environment is teachers, yes, have your face-to-face class, but the materials are readily available on this online platform. So we do this by the week. Week 1, these are reading, these are assessments and things like that. So it's very organized in that sense. So we do this to make sure that there's no surprises in a sense. So when you come to week 1, you know, these are the goals and these are the readings, and this is the assessment that will be conducted perhaps end of week 1. So this is what we do to make sure that there's no gaps between expectations and what is delivered. So in the case that there is a gap between what devices students use, perhaps maybe there isn't a streamlined management system and materials used by the teachers, I think this is, how would you say, this is something that we would look at in terms of the course design, especially for teachers. We have to, when we design something, to be very aware that, okay, how would students access this? If you know that, okay, perhaps they don't necessarily have the devices, or they don't necessarily have the internet data to download this, that is something that has to be in the back of your mind. So that is in course design. So having that competency to design something with the student context and resources in mind. So yeah, that would go back to the planning of it all. So to bridge that gap, I would firstly make sure that there's no gap in the first place, especially when you're designing that lesson. But in the situation where, you know, there isn't a learning platform and there isn't materials that is aligned. If I take the context of Sarawak secondary school, for example, in the news in the beginning, students in rural areas where they have no internet access, sometimes they have to, there was a news article that actually said one student went up on a tree to get internet access, to make sure that they're connected. So it was to that point. This was the setting that they're in. So teachers actually delivered through pejabat pendidikan. They said these are the homework. So the officers actually delivered from house to house. That's how complex it was to ensure that education was sustained in that period of time. So then from there, it evolved to having, okay, let's say there's no internet, they now delivered something on TV. There is a slot on TV, especially to teach students who may not have necessarily the internet access or the resources. So yeah, it's again, through all these challenges, there are opportunities to be very innovative, and you have no choice to be creative in ensuring that learning still happens. So in an ideal situation, we would say, okay, when we design, let's make sure there's no gaps. But in a situation where this has to happen, you have to continue delivering the lesson. We have to be innovative and creative. And again, that holistic or theoretical framework that I showed, not just community, it's just the whole institution has to understand that this might not work. So what's plan B, plan C, plan D? So if we have to deliver homework, by hand, I guess this is what we have to do. So that was the Sarawak context at the beginning, but we have slowly evolved beyond that. The government has taken initiative, and they've invested a lot in making sure that even the most rural areas will have internet access. So these are some of the how they have embraced this disruption and took these opportunities to address all of this existing inequities. And the gap has always been that education, rural and urban, but now this is an opportunity to level it out. So yeah, I know it's a long-winded answer, but in an ideal situation, we make sure as teachers there's no gap, we try our best. But if that's the case, there's a gap that still exists, we have to be very creative and innovative in finding solutions. So in Sarawak, what they did at that point in time was they actually hand-delivered homework to students. But at the same time, the government took lesson from this and actually invested a lot in communication and telco towers. You see that in the news. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Professor Ida. You answered it really great, and I learned a lot from it on how to bridge from online learning to after online learning post-COVID-19. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, as we have limited time, I think that was the last question. And I think this is the end of our first session, the first session. If you have any question, you can directly email to Professor Ida through the email that is provided in the program book. So thank you so much for your attention and questions. Once again, thank you so much, Professor Ida, for sparing the time and sharing the useful knowledge, especially for us teachers and students in online learning. Now I will give the time back to the Master of Ceremony. I am Sekar. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ida Fatimawati and Ms. Sekar. That was a very insightful talk. And ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, I would like to make a correction before it's too late. I think I have caused a misunderstanding. Ms. Veronica Triprihatmini, who delivered the speech and opened this event earlier, is the chairperson of English Language Education Study Program, and the vice chairperson is Ms. Henny Herawati. I would like to sincerely apologize for my mistake, Ms. Tri and Ms. Henny, and also to our respected presenters and participants. I hope you will not be confused. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our second talk. The second talk will be delivered by Ms. Christina Laksmita Anandari, EDM from Sanata Dharma University, and the talk will be moderated by Ms. Lautan Elsadani. Again, for participants, you can post your questions in the Zoom chat room if you're joining us from Zoom, or in the YouTube comment box if you're joining us from YouTube. Okay, so Ms. Lautan, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Dandi. Good morning, all participants of the 8th Undergraduate Conference 2021 in different time zones. My name is Lautan. I feel very honored to be here as a moderator of this session. In the second session, we are going to have Ibu Christina Laksmita Anandari, Master of Education from Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. So hello, Bumita. Good morning. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Well, are you excited to present your study with us today?
Yes, of course.
Well, I'm really looking forward for your presentation later. Well, in this session, the keynote speaker is given 40 minutes to deliver the presentation and 20 minutes for question and answer session. In this conference, Bumita will be presenting about Let's Talk About Sadness using literature to connect the dots. If you have any questions, feel free to post your questions through the chat room of the Zoom meeting or YouTube streaming, which will be open 15 minutes before the presentation time is over. Now, before we starting the presentation, let me read a short biodata of the keynote speaker. Operator, show the slide, please. So, Ibu Kristina Laksmita Nandari is a lecturer at the English Language Education Study Program, Sanata Dharma University. She got Bachelor of Education in English Education, Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta, and Master of Education in English Education, specialized in curriculum and instruction at Boston University, Massachusetts. Her areas of specializations are literacy education, related to reading habits, readers' engagement, reading motivation, teacher education, curriculum and instruction, and also language skills such as listening, speaking, writing, and reading. Her recent awards are Extensive Reading Foundation Grant in the Extensive Reading World Congress 2019 and Federal Assistance Award from the U.S. Department in 2019. So now, without any further ado, please welcome Ibu Kristina Laksmita Nandari. The time is yours.
Thank you, Lautan. Let me share my screen. Hopefully this works. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to say thank you to the committee for the Undergraduate Conference for allowing me to share my thoughts and my research results here as one of the speakers in the 8th Undergraduate Conference. So thank you very much. The title of my presentation is Let's Talk About Sadness. Of course, I'm not going to ask you to be sad today because we are supposed to be happy. But what I'm going to share to you here is more on how important it is for us teachers, from my point of view, to always pay attention to the emotional aspects of the students. And I'm going to share to you how I did it. And this is a small scale research, but I do hope that it will give you some insights on how we can do this, even though we are in the online setting. All right. I hope a lot of you are missing this situation, right? The top left is the 6th Undergraduate Conference. We used to have that in the auditorium on the 2nd floor. And we would have a lot of people coming and we would have chats and we learn together from and we talk to each other. And, you know, the settings in the classrooms, these were my students and they were talking, they were doing discussions in the classrooms and they were, you know, just hanging out, talking, learning together. It was fun, right? So this is something that we miss at the moment. And this is what we have right now, unfortunately, right? So empty. The buildings are just buildings. You can really hear the students talking or chatting or, you know, looking at the students sitting on the floor and have group discussions and everything. So everything is empty. Everything is empty and nothing that you can see besides the physical building here. So it's a very contrast situation, right? That was then and this is now, right? our online setting, our online learning is something that we are beginning to be accustomed to because we started this since last year. But of course, you know, going to this place and to this situation is not an easy thing to do. Not for anyone, not for the lecturers, not for the students. You know, everyone had a big disruptions, so to speak, going from one to the offline setting to the online setting, because a lot of things have to change abruptly. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. March 2020. I don't know whether you realize this, but you know, the peak of the moment where the disruption started was in March 2020. We did have some ideas on what to expect at the early of 2020, but the reality really hit us very badly starting on March 2020. I guess this is like the emoticon, like most of us, is like, what is going on? What is happening at this moment? Of course, there's anger. We're angry at the situation because one day we were able to sit with our friends, chat with our friends, hang out, go to the malls, walk down the street without the masks on. And then suddenly all of those things are taken away from us. Chaos, of course. If you are living far away from your parents, then your parents would say, come back very soon as possible. Just ignore what's going on in your study. Just come back. Make sure that you're safe. Yeah. So completely chaos, very chaotic moment. And of course, confusion. We're confused. I was confused. And I guess this is a true representation on how we are not ready with this disruption, with this pandemic situation, because it has never happened before, at least in our generation. And we never expected that this would happen to us. Yeah. It's like a dream, but now it's a dream come true in a bad way. Yeah. Of course, fear. Fear is something that is very common among human beings, and it's very noticeable. People get scared. If you remember, you know, starting on March 2020, suddenly all public places are closed. The streets are empty. You can go anywhere, and there's like this massive, you know, buying stuff a lot, and then you would just go to the store and buy a lot of things and put them in your places. So fear of what's going on because you don't know what's going to happen at that time. And of course, this is because of the disruption. I'm talking about this based on my personal experience and also based on my observation. So these are the things that I personally felt during that month, March 2020. It's the mid-March, and you know, the first 2 weeks of March was still happy. I would still go to the campus and teach in the classes, meet my students, and you know, having fun with my students. And then suddenly the next day is bam, no one is supposed to come to campus. Everyone should stay at home. And it was at that moment, it's like, you know, just imagine it's like an explosion. Everything happened at the same time. Yeah. So everyone is struggling. We're struggling to survive the chaos. And I'm going to use the word chaos because I believe that was a representation of what really happened. It was chaotic. Again, no one expected that this would happen, right? And of course, the lifestyle, the mindset, we have to change that. The mindset, like, you know, if you have group discussions, then you have to sit in groups. You have to meet your friends. You have like scheduled meetings. and then you would discuss the content together. But then right now, the mindset should be changed. Group discussion means you need to go to Zoom, you need to use Google Meet, or you need to use other digital platforms available, right? So a lot of the mindsets are changed abruptly, and our lifestyle would also be changed abruptly. The one thing that is very visible would be wearing masks. Now, I'm not wearing masks right now because I'm speaking, but don't worry, it's all under control. Everything is healthy here. Yeah, so all is good. But the fact of the matter is, right now, if you see people walking down the street without their masks on, then you would say or think, are they crazy, right? But 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, if you see people walking down the street wearing masks, you would say the same thing. What are you doing? Why are you wearing a mask? Yeah, so our lifestyles really changed abruptly at that time. Now, what are the effects, right? So that's what's going on. And what are the effects? Now, according to the Jakarta Post here, mental health services disrupted in 93% of countries during COVID-19 pandemic. This is according to World Health Organization. And it's really interesting in that, you know, this one, the psychological impacts are really severe. Please pay attention that this was written in October 2020. So a few months after the pandemic lockdown or yeah. And then moreover, the number of fatalities caused by COVID-19, all the uncertainties on when all of this will be over, a vaccine that has yet to be available, which is right now is available, social issues, stigma, job losses, the change in human interaction, and many other factors cannot be taken lightly. So Ridwan Kamil mentioned this in one of the interviews with Kompas. So as you can see here, the effects of COVID-19, the pandemic, is very severe. It's not only attacking our health, but it's also physical health, but also attacking our mental health. And a lot of things that's going on, we rarely talk about mental health issues. We focus more on the physical health issues. But right now, we cannot avoid to talk about mental health issues. This is another research done by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Now, again, the effects, one of the effects of having this, living in this pandemic situation is not only the physical health problems, just like I mentioned earlier, but it's also attacking the mental health problems. And if you see in the charts, or if you see in YouTube channels, or you read it in the newspapers, there has been a lot of news reporting about Asian hate crimes. And because of this, a lot of the Chinese American families in the United States suffered very greatly because they were racially attacked. So they suffered from Asian hate crimes. They're racially profiled, or not only even Chinese American families, but anyone who looked like Asians, you know, if you know what I mean. So even in other places, we do have that situation. So this is one of the proof that mental health issues is something that we should pay attention to as teachers, from my point of view too, and also from the institution, educational institution. There has been some research done throughout the year, starting in 2020 and until now. The researchers here are focusing mainly on the effects of online learning for students and about their mental health issues and the well-being. And if you see there in the first part, the purple one, remote learning and students' mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic, this research really pays attention to how the remote learning really affects the mental health issues of the students, how they cope with the lockdown and how they cope with the online learning and how they cope with learning from home, because it's very different. You know, if you learn from home, there will be a lot of distractions, right? So even if you're in your room and then you're paying attention to your lecture in the online platform, and then suddenly probably your parents say, hey, can you help me with this and that? And you're in this situation in the dilemma, should I help my parents or should I focus on my learning? So this dilemma is really real, right? It's something that everyone is experiencing. Second one is remote learning, time use, and mental health of Ecuadorian high school students during the COVID-19 quarantine. Similar results with the first one is that, you know, mental health issues is something that we really need to pay attention to. The schools, the institutions should pay attention to this, and we should not ignore the fact that mental health issues can give big influence in their learning process. And this is a research. The third one is a research done by the psychiatric people here from Brief Research Report on Adolescent Mental Health Wellbeing and School Closures During the COVID-19 Pandemic in Indonesia. The same result. So they're trying to say that the effects is real. Real in a way that you can't see the mental health issues visibly all the time, but you need to realize that that can be a source of the problem in the learning process. You know, physical health, you can see it, right? If people are sick, you can see it from their physical condition, but mental health issue is something very unique and very invisible, in my opinion, because you can't really see it clearly. Okay, so this is something that we need to realize, that we need to pay attention to whenever we deal with mental health issues. And UNICEF also provided this at the bottom part is young people take the lead on mental health. So because of this mental health issues, UNICEF provided this platform where young people would be there in the digital platform and try to communicate with other young people. And they talk about mental health issues, they talk about their feelings. And this kind of interaction is very suitable and very fruitful for the young people who are struggling in their learning process. Now, this is something that I'd like to highlight. Nova Rianti Yusuf, she's the head of the Indonesian Psychiatrists Association. She mentioned here in Jakarta Post that you need to allow students to share what they feel to avoid pandemic depression. Of course, you know, sometimes when you talk about mental health issues, depression, those are like taboo. You're not supposed to talk about those things in public, right? But right now we can't do that. This is something that we have to we need to really focus on. It's not just physical health. We need to talk about mental health issues. And I'm going to read that on the next, in the next column. Nova explained that social restrictions had changed the way people interacted with one another. Humans as social beings are being forced to be individualists. This is the hardest part, right? We're communities, right? We're communals. We like to hang out with other people, and one time and abruptly, then you have to be alone, right? You can't go anywhere. You have to do things alone. So that's one of the source of distress. It's natural for many people to experience changes in their mental health, which leads to distress and causes mental issues such as panic attacks, anxiety, and psychological trauma. So she encouraged education stakeholders to collaborate to protect students from depression and for schools to implement 5T, talking, training, teaching, tools, and taking care. I feel that this statement is very strong. And this is a statement where I also feel that Sanata Dharma, the university that I'm working at, really is trying to pay attention to this. Right now, there has been a lot of, how should I say, services, public services for students, for those who have problems, psychological problems, not necessarily, mental health, mental problems, but just having to give the opportunity for them to share their ideas, their opinions, their distress, and their sadness. Yeah, so this is something that we should do in any institutions at this moment. So what can we do then? All right, so we need to work hand in hand to ensure the students' well-being. This is important. Students are our stakeholders, and we need to really make sure that they are in good condition, right? And the teachers and the institutions, we need to do a continuous search to find the appropriate methods in teaching, the appropriate techniques to make sure that the students are still being paid attention to, particularly in their mental health issues. And one of the ways is to provide them a space to express their feelings. Okay, so later on, I'm going to share to you how I tried doing this in one of my classes. Let me go back to this, just to remind you that this is something that we experienced starting March 2020. Maybe we are still experiencing all of these, but not as drastic and extreme like last year. We're human beings, we learn, right? We try to be resilient throughout the journey here from last year to this year. We try to find ways. But of course, the struggle is real, right? The struggle to live in this new normal situation is really real. So I'm an English teacher and I like to read. So I kind of want to know, can I use literature to teach and at the same time try to navigate or help the students navigate with their feelings? And this is what I did. I need to be aware of these two things, right? So learning must be a way of being. It's an ongoing set of attitudes and actions by individuals and groups that they employ to try to keep abreast of the surprising, novel, messy, obtrusive, recurring events. And Simmons also said, choosing what to learn and the meaning of incoming information is seen through the lens of a shifting reality. While there is a right answer now, it may be wrong tomorrow due to the alterations in the information climate affecting the decision. So these two statements makes me realize that learning is dynamic, right? It's not just teacher giving information and then the students receive the information. But when we teach and when the students learn, they need to know the fact that what they're learning today might be different from what they will learn in the future. And this is like a true representation of what I experienced. I'm a product of the theories of the offline setting teaching strategies. And I'm not really savvy in technology, and I didn't really understand the concept of online learning. So everything really was changing, just like flipping the hands. It's like sudden change where I need to shift from offline setting to online setting. So these two statements are a reflection of what I experienced as a teacher, that I'm relearning how to teach, relearning how to become a teacher in the online setting. So in this case as well, because of this sudden change, not only the teachers are going through this ordeal, but the students too. Their lifestyle as a student is changed, completely changed. So they need to be given space to cope with these disruptions, right? So like the previous article in Jakarta Post, we need to give the students opportunities to share their emotion. And that's what we should do as well in the classroom. And the question is how? Okay, so let's see. Before I talk about how, I'd like to share this statement. This is a very important statement, in my opinion. Our emotional responses are bound up with complex and most often temporarily extended experiential situations that are very difficult to capture depictively. Literature at least approximates that depictive complexity. So Hogan mentioned this to show that, expressing emotions is quite difficult for some. Right? We are not used to being given the opportunity to express our emotions freely, but the use of literature, the use of stories can become the bridge to do just that. Again, my concept here is that I'm focusing more on the mental health issues and the well-being of the students. So trying to help them express themselves might not be as simple as just asking them a question and they will answer. It's not going to be that easy. So I try to use literature to do just that. Okay, now let me show this. These are some of the quotes that I got related to the importance of using literature to help the students connect with their emotions and at the same time learn about their personal challenges and at the same time learn about English. So the first one is books addressing real life situations are effective with a wide range of age levels because their storylines ring true and they evoke real feelings. So even though it's fiction, but the plot and the emotional aspects are based or a reflection of our everyday life. The second one is the potential power of using storybooks to facilitate emotional expression and teach coping skills includes the area of fear reduction. Fear reduction here means the fear to reduce our fears in facing the challenges in real life. So using storybooks is a way for a lot of the teachers do to facilitate that problem. Yeah, so to make sure that the students are able to express their emotions by using the storybooks. The third one is through the mirror of literature, we can see our own lives and experiences as part of the larger human experience. Reading then becomes a means of self-affirmation, of reaffirming our place in the world and our society. So this is also a very strong statement in my opinion, because like I said, some people would say, yeah, literature is just reading, that's it. But if you go down deeper, if you go into that rabbit hole of literature, you would see how strong and powerful literature can be to help people in dealing with mental health issues. And the next one is the world of literature encourages us to become others in imagination. And this may be one of the most benign means of improving one's abilities in the social domain. So of course, this is another expression that I feel that I agree with, because you can use literature to encourage others' imagination, but at the same time trying to be connected with the emotional aspects. So let's talk about the book then. This is the book that I use, and maybe if you are from my classes, some of you might realize that this is the book that you read in one of my classes. So the title is The Sad Book. It's very clear, very simple title. Yeah, so the author is Michael Rosen and the illustrator is Quentin Blake, and this is a picture book. So this is, some would ask me, can you use children's book for university students? And I would say, why not? Because children's books are very powerful. They have a lot of hidden messages there, and we can share those things to any adults, right? Even I read comic books like Tintin, if you know those types of comic books, yeah. And this was published in 2005. So the background story of this book, this is children's books, but it's nonfiction, but it's written like a fiction. It's written very in a way that it doesn't feel like it's nonfiction. Yeah. So this is based on his personal loss. He lost his son, Eddie, at the age of 19, and who died at the age of 19. And he's talking, so Michael Rosen talks about how he copes with sadness, how he tried to struggle with sadness, and how he tried to be resilient in the end. This is the first page of the book. Take a look at the picture. Very happy. It looks like he's happy, right? He's smiling, but I like the way that the illustrator shows the eyes. Look at the eyes. If you close the mouth, then you would see that the eyes are actually very sad. Okay, so this is me being sad. This is the first part of the book. Maybe you think I'm being happy in this picture. Really, I'm being sad, but pretending I'm being happy. I'm doing that because I think people won't like me if I look sad. So, when I read this book, it hits me really hard. That's what I do sometimes. I smile so that I don't want to share my sadness to other people, but deep down, I'm just crumbling down. But I try to smile so that everyone sees that I'm okay, right? So, and that's a true representation of what we were experiencing back in 2020, maybe still now, but back in 2020, we're just trying to move on. We're just trying to survive. We're just trying to stay positive, no matter how hard it is for us to go through. So I'm going to talk about the class activity, yeah, the practice. How many more minutes do I have? Still? Okay. 5 more minutes. Okay, 5 more minutes. So I'm going to be very fast. So this is a class activity. It's an additional class activity. I did this last year in one of my classes, and it's called a virtual book discussion. So I asked my students from English education department to meet virtually with students from Sweden, and they talk about this book for 2 weeks, right? And they talked about one of the things about sadness. What is sadness? Yeah. So, and the task is very simple. Yeah. Choose a picture of illustration found in the book that represents the definition of sadness, and how do you define sadness? So very simple questions, because I believe that you don't need to talk about the structure or the grammar or the vocabulary, but it's more on how to get the students to be in tune with the emotional aspect. I used briefly about Ignatian pedagogy, context, experience, reflection, action, evaluation, but I'm not going to explain this to you now. Later, if you have some questions, you can contact me, or you can write it down in the chat box. But this is what I use because I need to make sure that the students are well equipped in their discussions. So I'm going to share to you some examples, or some samples of the students' responses. The first student chose this part of the page. Look at the picture. It's very sad. And the statement is, who is sad? Sad is anyone. It comes along and find you. So if you pay attention to the sentences, it's very simple. And it doesn't take a lot of time for us to understand the meaning of the sentences. One student wrote this: I chose this picture because being sad is not always on the gray side. Sadness is the intersection between happiness and sadness. It is your choice whether you want to see the candle or see the darkness. If you pay attention to the picture, there's a candle and there's a darkness behind the man. But before you determine where you want to see, the first thing you need to do is to be aware and accept where and who you are. So this is one of the revelation that this student had when she read this part. And this part, the second student chose this picture. Maybe a lot of you say, oh, that looks like my room. Very chaotic, right? So suddenly it's very, they're very in tune and connected with the picture. And the same thing underneath the picture, it's written, who is sad? Sad is anyone, and etc. And this is what she said. I chose one picture in the sad book as the reflection of myself when I was sad. This picture really represents what sadness is, in my opinion. Being sad is being alone in my room. All the things are messed up. Everything is not good. Please keep in mind, this is happening back in 2020, where we're still very, in that chaotic era. When I was sad, I sat on the bed and thought about what just happened in my life, wondering why it was too hard for me to pass it. So this is very deep, and she said, it's not easy for me to express my opinion, but using this picture really helped me to really express what I felt at that time. The next one is this. This is a picture of Michael standing on the bridge, and pay attention to what's written there. Sometimes I don't want to talk about it. Not to anyone, no one at all. I just want to think about it on my own because it's mine and no one else's. Oh. What's going on? And this student wrote, I chose this picture because sometimes I do this too, staring blankly at the wall. We need to look okay on stage, but behind the stage, this picture is the visualization of my backstage. Overload of information. The problem keeps coming. Perfectionist keeps haunting. I end up doing more beyond my limit, getting so tired, but I just can't stop. Sadness is everyone and everyone has it. Again, this is a very deep opinion and expression of feelings from the students. Okay, what's going on? All right. And one of the things is here on the last 2 pages of the book is just this picture, no writings at the bottom. And one of the students chose this because I think that the picture represents that nothing lasts forever. Reading this book makes me think about the things I've been through, the people I love that have passed, and my family too. So I can relate how he feels too. Yeah, so this student becomes more aware of what is the struggles that she is feeling at the moment. 2 students chose this picture, right? And this one, the first one said, a smile is one of the expressions that I can express the pain of losing someone or pleasure. Lately, I tried to put my best smile, even though I felt really, really sad and pain. I learned that we should be more open-minded about sadness and depression, and we should tell children and adults to accept sadness and how we deal with it. And the second student said, this picture reminds me that life is not always happy, but there is always sadness, and that is a part of life. There's always sadness and happiness that come to life. So you might think that some, their sentences are simple, but for me, it's very deep because it's really difficult for some students to express their opinions, but using this book helped them to really express what they were feeling. Yeah. And one student chose this picture, Michael Rosen sitting on the bed, and on the right side, it was written, I write, sad is a place that is deep and dark, like the space under the bed. Sad is a place that is high and light, like the sky above my head. When it's deep and dark, I don't dare go there. When it's high and light, I want to be thin air. The last bit means that I don't want to be here. I just want to disappear. And this student said, in my opinion, this expresses sadness perfectly. When I'm sad and I'm alone in my bedroom, I feel like everything is dark and all I can do is just cry. It's not taboo for women to cry, but it's still taboo for men to cry or express sadness. It's frustrating. And this is a male student who wrote this. Yeah, so for him, it was frustrating. Okay, the last part. This student chose this picture, and she said that this picture really hits me. Lately, I'm fully aware that I can't express my sadness, my anger, and my disappointment. It's weird, right? I hardly can cry. I can't even cry in the last day of a heartwarming event. I felt the sadness. I just can't cry. How do I cope with sadness? She said that this is a true representation of what she felt at that time when she was reading the book, because if you can see there, if it's too small, I'm going to read it for you. This is what's written here. Sometimes I'm sad and I don't know why. It's just a cloud that comes along and covers me up. It's not because Eddie's gone. It's not because my mom's gone. It's just because, sometimes we just don't know how to express, or we just don't understand why we're sad. Yeah. Okay, so lessons learned. This is what I learned. So the first one is, it's very interesting that the students were more open in expressing their opinions about sadness and they were able to connect this book with their personal lives. Yeah, so it's good that they are allowed to talk about sadness, and they want to talk about sadness in the discussion groups. And the story helps the students to be more connected with their feelings. And the students was able to use the story as a bridge to understand sadness. And they are more aware of their personal struggles during the challenging times. And they're able to accept sadness as a part of their lives. So these are the things that I can get from this very small scale research. And also, they truly believe that every cloud has a silver lining, right? So there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. So that's why they always, most of the students would conclude their reflection by saying, yeah, sadness is something real. We have to accept it. We have to embrace it, but we need to move on and we need to go on and to go forward. And what did I learn as a teacher, right? These are the things that I'd like to share. Becker wrote that the bottom line in these challenging times is that focused, meaningful interactions matter greatly. Encourage students to take breaks from screens when they can and take care of to cultivate connections whenever possible. And Richmond also said to foster empathy, English teachers at all levels ought to include texts that address mental illness or that feature characters with psychological difficulties in their curricula. They should also discuss methods to encourage empathy for those characters and for those in our communities. And, these two statements are very, very strong for me. And I can conclude that although technology plays a big role in our mode of learning, we should never forget the humanistic side of learning. Having that, the emotional touch with the students is very important. The last note is this. Dr. Kate Skinner, she's a personal and entrepreneurial mentor, author, and speaker. She said this, if you're feeling sad, the most important thing you can do is give yourself the space to feel that way. Then get up and get moving. And I would like to highlight that, giving the space is important. Teachers should give space for the students to
just to relax for a bit and to get in tune with their feelings, get in tune with their emotions so that they can become better people, right? You need to make sure that you are good about yourself. You feel good about yourself before you can make other people feel good. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, Bumita, for the presentation. Please give a first of all applause for Bumita. What an insightful presentation from Bumita. I agree that instead of avoiding emotions like sadness, we have to validate that emotion. And it is interesting that through literature, teacher can help students to validate and accept that kind of emotion so that they will be able to overcome their challenge in the future. So now we move to question and answer session. So we have a questions from Hidayat from Universitas Indonesia. So deep effects of this crisis have been felt by the teacher and the students. Both have their own challenges. For my questions, in terms of being students, mentally lecturers are being shocked by shifting their methods into something really new, and not all of them are ready. As a result, they themselves are perplexed with the feeling the chaotic with the what to do for them. And during this pandemic, learning online gives more burdens on students having unready lecturers. They get more works with little feedback, more submission via email and stuff, to watch mini lectures and self video because the lecturers still need to cope with the online platforms and stuff. This may lead to depression and stress, and physically not all students are reachable as well. Two-way communication is like beyond complicated. So the question is, how do you think on this issue, and how do students connect? How do teachers connect and facilitate literatures to students who are not into the literature?
Okay, so should I answer it directly?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Hidayat, Mas Hidayat from UI. Yeah, I'm going to answer this based on my personal experience. In March 2020, like I said, it was very chaotic. And to be honest, I was not ready with that sudden change, right? Because I'm so used to having the offline setting activities in the classrooms, or just creating materials that are suitable for offline setting. And suddenly I had to change that immediately to the online setting. Like I said earlier on, I'm a product of teacher education focusing on the offline setting. So I was not really paying attention to the online setting, how to teach in the online setting, because they're two completely different things. So I have to be honest, the first semester, like March 2020 until June 2020, my thought was what I can do is I need to survive this semester. So it's really is, this is going to be an honest answer from my perspective, because I'm a mother of two and I have two sons, and they also have the same problem. They have to have online classes at home. So me having to take care of the two children and having to teach at the same time and in the online setting, and having to change the materials in a way so that the students can still learn. Those are, one of the most chaotic moments in my life. And what I learned right now is I have to change my mindset. And that's a very important aspect for all teachers, changing the mindset and learning new things. I was not a technology savvy, but right now I have to get used to using technology. I have to find more creative ways to give my students assignments, but the assignments are not too burdensome for me to correct the material, to correct the assignments, and also for the students, because I'm sure the students are also overwhelmed with the situation. So the important thing is, in my personal experience, is that it's me who needs to change, not everyone else. It's me that I need to change myself. I need to change my mindset just to make sure that I'm still doing my job as a teacher and as a mother and as a member of the society. Right? So, and I would say this, no one was ready. No one was ready because we were not taught on how to be resilient in this kind of situation. We were not taught about COVID-19 10 years ago, right? Even 5 years ago, we weren't aware of what COVID-19 is. And having all of the teachers are struggling, just like what Professor Ida mentioned in her previous presentation. It's very true that even teachers are struggling because teachers are parents too. So it's it's like a cycle, and it's like a domino effect. And even right now, there's no direct answer, black and white answer. This is the best or this is not the best. It's just a matter of how to be more resilient and to be more empathetic to each other so that we can survive this situation together. And the second question is about how to connect and facilitate literatures to students who are not into it. Yes, some students don't like to read, right? And I always believe that, for those who hate reading, there might be a chance because they were introduced to reading in the wrong way. They might start doing reading activities by reading books that are too difficult for them, right? So that's why they said, oh, reading is boring, reading is not fun, and etc. And that's the reason why I use children's books. I want to tell everyone in my class that even if we're adults, it's still okay for us to read children's books because, as you can see earlier on, even it's a children's book, it's a very deep, meaningful book. So, and in the end, all of the students read the book at least once, of course, because it's assigned, right? But in the end, they were able to connect with the content of the story. So that is a true representation how they are enjoying the reading. So literature here, I don't want you to focus too much on literature as, like the unabridged novels or the thick novels or the classic novels. Literature can be anything: picture books, story books, children's books, young adult books, anything. Yeah. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, thank you, Bumita, for answering the questions. I agree with you that the choice of the literature can have a big impact on the students' interest in reading, because in online learning, sometimes students, they don't have the printed one, so it's difficult to read from our cell phone or our laptop. And now we move to the second questions from Maria Fatima from Sanata Dharma University. Not only sad, but the pandemic also caused screen laziness. After all, laptops, computers, or cell phones cannot replace the real presence of friends or lecturers. What a teacher can give is to get students to open the camera, but some students will say, "Sorry, miss," or "Sir, my connection is bad." What the teacher can do is give assignments. What about the attitudes and behavior of students in a stressful situation due to the pandemic also affect learning? What do you think about helping students, or what strategies are used to continue to provide knowledge but can also ensure that students are mentally awake by providing motivation?
Okay, thank you for the question. This is a open-ended question, I believe, because again, like Pope Francis said, who am I to judge, right? So I don't know the exact situation of my students behind the screen. Like I said earlier on, the students come from many different places. They come from different social backgrounds. They come from different economic level. So what I'm learning right now is to become more empathetic and to become a little bit more lenient. You know, if it's in the online setting, maybe some of the students would agree on this, that I'm quite strict with schedule. If it's 7 o'clock in the morning, then I'll start the class at 7 o'clock, period. No excuses, right? If it's 9 o'clock, then it's 9 o'clock, and etc. But right now, I just cannot do that with the mind that I feel it would not be totally fair if I do that. I do try to be on time. I always open my Zoom classes 10 minutes prior the class starts, just to give the students the time to go into the Zoom meeting class. And if they do have problems with internet connection, then all I can just say is, okay, just try again and pray. Hopefully that the internet connection will be much friendlier than now. And why do I do that? Because I do experience the same thing. Sometimes my internet connection is very chaotic and it decided to, not to be friendly at that time. So I would just, go out, kicked out from my own Zoom and then go back again. And it's very common. So what I'm learning right now is to be more empathetic. I try not to judge too much. And I try to make sure that the students also feel comfortable in expressing their distress related to, internet connection. So it's a no-brainer, actually. It's something that we should do as human beings. And right at this moment, it's not about me as a teacher or you as a student, but it's more of us as a community. We have to support each other. We need to create a positive support system to each other. And even though we're not physically in the same room, but at least from how we interact with the students can help the students to be more comfortable in the online setting. I would understand if some students feel guilty or scared if they can't join the Zoom class because it's a compulsory, right? But again, in the online setting, with the situation that we are right now, with the internet connection situation that's very fluctuating, we just cannot be too strict on that part, right? So that's what I do. I mean, that's what I try to do. That's what I'm learning. I'm saying this because I feel that I'm still trying to be a better teacher, to become more empathetic to my students. So that's what I am doing at the moment. Yeah. Does that answer the question?
Thank you, Bhumita, for the answer. Well, it seems that the internet connection still being the main problem of our online learning. And it is important to consider both students and teachers' condition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our last questions for the second session. And I'm Lautan Al-Sadeni. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have further information, if you have any further questions for Bhumita, you can directly ask Bhumita through the email that we provided in the program book. Thank you so much. I will give the time back to our Master of Ceremony today, Ms. Dandi.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Lautan and Ms. Christina Laksmitana dari EDM, and also Professor Ida and Ms. Sekar from the first keynote session. Now we will have a photo session with the keynote speakers. So everyone in Zoom room, please turn on your camera. Okay, please turn on your camera, everybody. We'll have a photo session. Well, there are 6 slides, so please be ready. Okay, now operator, are you ready to take a photo? Okay, for the first slide, in the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then the next slide, second slide, and the count of 3, smile, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then the next slide. Okay. Okay, in the count of three, 1, 2, 3. Okay. In the count of three, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you, the operator, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the first parallel session. We will have 3 parallel sessions and a lunch break between the first and the second session. After the third parallel session, we will return to the Zoom main room to share the exit ticket and close this conference at 3:15 p.m. So please pay attention to your program book for further details of the schedule. To ensure the smoothness of the parallel sessions, allow me to read some essential information. The first and foremost thing is, please download the latest schedule, which is available in the website because there's a revision we made due to some errors. You need to click the link of the Zoom meeting for each parallel session, which is already provided in the program book or in the schedule. Please pay attention to the room and the time. And for the general information for presenters and participants, please use a laptop, desktop, tablet, or smartphone with a microphone and a webcam. Please log into your Zoom application or Zoom webpage. Make sure you have a stable internet connection. For plenary and parallel presentations, please rename your account using this format: full name _ affiliation. And to help keeping the background noise to minimum, please make sure you mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you are disconnected accidentally in the middle of the presentation, please rejoin by clicking the Zoom link. If the power goes out, please wait for around 5 minutes for us to continue the session. Now, I would like to explain a little bit on how to join the parallel session. Presenters and participants, once again, we would like to inform you to access the latest link for the parallel session because there's an error. We would like to apologize for the inconvenience. The right latest link will also be available in the Zoom chat room and YouTube comment box. If you have problems with clicking the link because sometimes you need to enter the passcode, then the link, the room ID, and its passcode will be provided in the Zoom chat room and also in YouTube comment box. After this, I would like to note not to leave this main room. You just need to go to the Zoom chat room to see the links and choose the private room. After you click the link of the room, it will direct you to join the meeting. Each room can receive up to 40 participants. So if it's already full, you will receive a notification on your screen. If you have the notification, it means that you need to choose other rooms that are still available. If you still have difficulties entering the chosen rooms, you may return to the Zoom main room by clicking the main room link, which is already provided in the Zoom chat room, and the help desk will assist you for the next step. Okay, I believe that it is all for now. I hope all of you will have fruitful discussions. Please enjoy the discussions, and I will see you again at 15:15 for the closing. Thank you.
Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta.
Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win!
Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This four-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Triarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno. Historically, this tree was planted by the first president of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the 4th floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, widescreen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Yogyakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya? Pro.
English Education Production, or most well known as EE Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is a student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and Undergraduate Conference. Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This four-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Driarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno. Historically, this tree was planted by the first President of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the 4th floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, widescreen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Yogyakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya? English Education Production, or most well known as EE-Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE-Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is a student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and Undergraduate Conference. Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma,
is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This four-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Driarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno.
Historically, this tree was planted by the first president of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the fourth floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, widescreen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Yogyakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya?
English Education Production, or most well known as EE-Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE-Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is a student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and Undergraduate Conference. Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This four-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Driarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library Building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno. Historically, this tree was planted by the first President of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the fourth floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, widescreen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Yogyakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya?
English Education Production, or most well known as EE-Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE-Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is the student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and Undergraduate Conference.
Sanata Dharma lebih dari sekedar sebuah perguruan tinggi, tetapi merupakan sebuah ekosistem pendidikan yang disiapkan dan dilengkapi berbagai fasilitas dan tata kelola yang baik, yang memungkinkan segenap generasi muda untuk menikmati kegembiraan, kepercayaan diri, serta pertumbuhan yang optimal. Selamat datang di Universitas Sanata Dharma Yogyakarta.
Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win!
Sanata Dharma.
Sanata Dharma University, or most known as Universitas Sanata Dharma, is the only Jesuit university in Indonesia located in Yogyakarta. Initially, a perguruan tinggi pendidikan guru or teacher education institution founded in 1955, it became a university in 1993. This four-story central office building was built in 2002 to give the optimum service to the students and staff. Students who need to process and retrieve the necessary documents such as transcripts, certificates, and others can visit the administration office on the ground floor of the central office building. Sanata Dharma University's Driarkara Auditorium was officially inaugurated on December 30th, 2015 by Sri Sultan Hamengkubuwono X. This majestic auditorium has been used to hold many academic and non-academic events. Sanata Dharma University also welcomes other organizations or institutions to use the auditorium to hold their academic and non-academic local and international events. PBI USD also uses Driarkara Auditorium to hold international and undergraduate conferences, play performances, and student activities. The four-story Sanata Dharma University Library Building, located across the administration building, offers a wide range of collections of physical and electronic books, journals, magazines, novels, and newspapers. The basement area is one of the most favorite spots for students to read, do their tasks, and have group discussions. The Student Hall is a student lounge where students from different study programs gather to do their assignments, have group discussions, or even just have some meals and chats with friends. PBI USD also uses this lounge for some student activities such as student board meetings, English competitions, and musical performances. This long and somewhat romantic hallway is usually called Lorong Cinta. Many PBI USD students spend their time here to hang out with their friends in between the class schedules. Others may also have a group work for their class projects. This micro-teaching laboratory is built to prepare the students to practice their teaching skills. The laboratory is equipped with many modern learning equipment such as LCD projectors, drop-down screen, multimedia computers, and whiteboards. There is also a mini recording studio to monitor and record the teaching simulation so that both lecturers and students can evaluate the aspects that they still need to improve to become a good teacher. As 21st century student teachers, PBI USD students should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on digital learning to create innovative ways in teaching using digital platforms. The multimedia laboratory is equipped with high-tech computers and strong internet connection that can support the students' learning process. PBI USD students are also facilitated with an audio laboratory that is equipped with proper audio-visual equipment and 60 units of booth with a sophisticated headphone for each student. This laboratory is used for subjects that require the use of videos as the media, as well as for the listening classes. Located in the center of the English Language Studies Graduate Program Garden, there is a majestic banyan tree known as Beringin Soekarno.
Historically, this tree was planted by the first president of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, who visited Sanata Dharma University on April 8, 1961. Beringin Soekarno is surrounded by several gazebos used by students to have conversations or do class projects. The clean and representable classrooms are found ranging from the ground to the fourth floor. Each classroom is equipped with an air conditioner, LCD projector, whiteboard, widescreen, audio, and of course, chairs and tables. English Welcoming Days, or most well known as EWD, is one of the events in PBI USD that is held annually. The aim of this event is to welcome the new students of PBI USD and to promote a closer and warmer atmosphere among the students of PBI and the academic staff. English Action Days is an annual competition event which is held to promote PBI USD to the senior high school and vocational high school students across the country. It offers various kinds of competitions such as poetry writing, poster, news anchor, essay, songwriting, story writing, speech, drama, and short movie making. Voluntary teaching is conducted to help the community who want to learn English but cannot afford to pay, and also to sharpen the PBI USD students' teaching skills. This event is held annually in different communities free of charge. PBI USD conducted the preparation intensively to provide the target communities with the best service. English Focus, or EFO, is one of the student activity units in PBI USD that is open for students who have passion in photography and would like to learn more about photography. There will be an annual exhibition called EFO Exhibition, which will have different themes each year. Dialogue Magazine is one of the students' activity units which allows students to experience the perks of being a young journalist. Dialogue Magazine publishes twice a year in April and October. Dialogue Magazine also provides opportunities to PBI students to write their own flash fictions, poems, and illustrations. Dialogue Magazine is distributed to schools in Yogyakarta and many other cities in Indonesia.
English education. Pro-nya apa pro-nya?
English Education Production, or most well known as EE Pro, is all about theater. It enables the students to express themselves not only in acting, but also in makeup artist department and casting. EE Pro always performs in many internal events and collaborate with other theaters such as Seribu Jendela and many more. English Club is one of the students' activity units which aims to provide a platform for PBI students to improve their English skills through various activities such as discussions, speech, and storytelling. English Club also collaborates with English Extension Course to hold a mini workshop that is in which a guest star will be invited. English Club also provides information in various English competitions and webinars. iDiamond is a vessel to gather PBI students' aspirations and serves to connect PBI students and lecturers. iDiamond always makes wall magazines which provide the latest information on PBI events such as graduation night. PBI Choir is a student activity unit for PBI students who like to sing. PBI Choir always participates in competitions and perform in internal PBI events such as graduation night, the International Language and Language Teaching Conference, and Undergraduate Conference.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Zoom main room. I hope that you had enjoyable and fruitful discussions. Congratulations to all presenters. I hope your hard work pays off, and for all participants for joining us up to the very end. Now, before we close this meeting, please welcome Ms. Johanna Veneranda SPD MHUM MA PhD, the PIC of Undergraduate Conference 2021, to give some speech. Okay, to Ms. Weni, time is yours.
What time is it now? Okay, so we finally still stay until the end. Thank you for staying until the end. A lot of committee members are still here, and we have some of the IT guys, okay, IT friends at the back still hanging in until here. So on behalf of the study program, the chair is still here actually, Butri. I would like to say thank you for all the presenters and all the participants who have been staying until sorry, who have been staying until now. Certainly, this is not the last you see. So those who come as the participants this year can come back next year as the presenters, okay? And those who have presented, if you are still semester 8, yeah, you can still come and present. Thank you to the committee members who have worked very hard for the last 1 month at least, I think, coordinating a lot of things. And it's not working hours. Can be weekends, can be in the late evening. So I'm really grateful to have these very enthusiastic students as the committee members. I think that's what I can say. Once again, on behalf of the study program, I'd like to thank the MC and all the moderators. Everyone did very excellent jobs. Okay, I was in some of the parallel sessions, and the moderators were amazing, and the presenters also. I think that's all. See you next year. That's what I can say. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'll give the time back to the moderator. Thank you. MC. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Penny, for your warm and lovely words. Okay, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the closing of our conference. Remember to click exit ticket link provided in the Zoom chat room and YouTube comment box. The link can also be seen on your screen. The e-certificate will be sent to you through email as soon as possible. The keynote speaker's PowerPoints will be available at the link seen on your screen, or you can click the link provided in the Zoom chat room and YouTube comment box. You can access the recorded plenary sessions in our PBI USD YouTube channel in the playlist section. Respected keynote speakers, respected guests, presenters, participants in Zoom, and viewers on YouTube, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you so much for your support and participation throughout the 8th Undergraduate Conference 2021, hosted by English Language and Education Study Program, Sanata Dharma University. I personally asking for you apologize for any misconduct I did that may cause discomfort for you. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us today. Your presence and support means a lot to us. Stay well, stay healthy, and keep on following the health protocol. We hope to see you again next year in our 9th Undergraduate Conference 2022. Take care and see you next time.